Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the Kings Million PLO live from the Kings Resort in Rosvedov. Hope you can all hear me loud and clear. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. Whether you are tuning in from YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, you see a lot of cards in front of your face on your screens. That's because it's PLO, not Hold'em today. We will play down to a winner tonight. 24 players remaining, average stack 1.6 million. Small blind is 25k to get things started. Big blind 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. That's 25, 50, 50. Few notables left in the field, as you would expect from a 1k buy-in. Mikhail Marrakesh is at the feature. You have Lucas as your chip leader with 43 bigs, Thomas with 36 in second, Jean with 31, Lorenz Nielsen with 29, Paul Cito with 25, and David with 24. You have Ukraine, Austria, United Kingdom, Denmark, Netherlands, Czech Republic and Belgium all being represented under one roof, all coming at you live from the Kings Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this one. We'll be keeping an eye on the chat, but I have no power in my house at the moment, so I am on a laptop and a hotspot. Hope you can all hear me loud and clear. So funny, I bet you can hear me louder and clearer. No, I don't even have any internet. I'm using a hotspot and a device. Hopefully it holds up until the power is back in a few hours' time. Let's get to the action. Apocalypse is in the house. Hope you're doing all right, mate. Yappa Snap says I sound perfect. Well, sure. What more could you want? About the clearest I've been. I knew it. It's so funny. I'm just trying to get everything set up in record time. Power gone from 9 till 5. It is 13:38 here. It's very different than having two big monitors. Perhaps if I go traveling next year, I'd want to get used to this. If I am going to continue commentating, I won't talk much about that for now. 6-4 deuce. We see Paul Cito getting it in with the ace-ace queen 9. Gets the king 10-6. Both players with clubs. Obviously, Davids is inferior. Turn is a queen. River's a 7 of diamonds. Pulsito winning that one. David has been eliminated. 23 players remaining now. Apocalypse says, what a way to make a living. Well, I have thought about this a few times, Apocalypse, and it is somewhat living the dream, traveling, getting to commentate, you can play on your days off, all that kind of jazz. It's great. But then you are going to have to pay for your accommodation. Not that I don't pay for accommodation at home, but traveling around can be quite expensive, and moving around all the time, having to make sure everything's right. You're paying then a decent amount of money of your check is gone for your accommodation, so this doesn't really make too much sense. But I am getting a bit wanderlust, to say the least. Yes, that is a big word like marmalade. That's my word of the day anyway. Or maybe it's power. Think of the power. So if there is a lull of me talking to the chat at some stage, because I don't, to be very conservative with this power, Obviously, the power could be back early. 4 hours to get through. And one tank of juice that's already lost 20%. So that's where we're at. Brought you up to speed, etc. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Check out our schedule on the King's Resort website. We also have a merchandise store with lots of goodies. And feast your eyes on the summer schedule that has been updated. Something for everyone in the audience, but today, this one is for the PLO lovers out there. What's your word of the day, Apocalypse? I'd say you can have a few words today. Like I said, it won't be as manic on the chat today, I don't think. We'll do what we can. The ace queen, 8-3, taking that one down on the 10, jack 7, queen 10. Rakesh having to get out of the way on that dangerous board for his hand. Also, another caveat of traveling and commentating. It's very difficult to eat healthy and be in a routine. Could be a lot of outside noises. People say hotels are quiet. People do not go to hotels to sleep, that's for sure. Don't think I was ever in a quiet hotel in my life. Maybe that's not entirely true, but you get the point. But maybe it's me that it should be more quiet. We do have ace, king 4 here for Thomas. You're going to 3-bet to 325. Maybe pot is another word for it. From the big. Ace, queen, 4, deuce. Don't think we can withstand that pressure. Although we are in position. Suffice to say, a lot of these remaining players will have a lot of money in their hand and mob caches, tournament live earnings, etc. Gene will let that one go. Rockcliffe says doesn't have the book with him yet. We'll have a look later. You do not need to know what noise you were making in a hotel. You're sure it was a hotel you were in? Oh, God. I stepped my foot in it, didn't I? Jebediah foot. My left foot. Has anyone watched The White Lotus? I don't want to know about the season finale of season 3, please. But I've been watching all 3 seasons the last week. What a show that is. Fantastic entertainment. You just don't know what's going to happen next. Like Forrest Gump and his box of chocolates, eh? Dived in head first, yes. So we see pot coming from the ace king 10-10, the small blind. Some good blockers. It is Lucas with the aces, faced with an open and a 3-bet. I'm not too familiar with a lot of these PLO guys. Some of them can be superstars in the cash game realm. So their head and mob tournament live cashings won't properly reflect how good of a player they are, if that makes sense. So feel free to give me any additional information throughout the day. Every day is a learning day. Class is in session. And I'm far from a PLO expert. Have commentated on a few 10Ks. Some other main events to my name. We did have a 25K or some massive cash games from the WSOP. Maybe not a 25K, but they were playing 5-card. That was a bit different again. You had the likes of Lena, etc. in them splashy games. You just never know who's going to creep around the corner at Kings, skulking into their seat. Skulking, there's another good word, Apocalypse. Lucas with the 4-bet to a chunky sizing, takes that one down. No WSOP tickets to worry about in this one, by the way. Says only info I have is that everyone in this tournament likes drugs. They can't stop talking about pot. So any stories for us, Yappa Snap? You're usually good for a Monday story. My Monday story is I keep having to let the dog out between 6 and 7 a.m. And it's very bright and sunny in Ireland at the moment and I can't get back asleep. Not ideal when you don't get your head down until about 4 a.m. €5,550 is the current payout, and they will be chasing that first prize today of €160,000. Not bad for a Monday. Marrakesh putting in a chunk of change here with his Queen 986. A lot of backdoors working for him. So many possibilities in pot limit Omaha. Lucas is going to call with the King 7-5-4. Go to 70-30 in Marrakesh's favour as we hit the turn. Turn's a great card for Mikel, the fan favourite. And survives, gets a chunky double up and is now playing 1.2 million, which is good for 24 big blinds currently. And we do see them go heads up to the flop. ECW says the only thing he doesn't like about PLO is that it's pot limit. I love it. ECW loves a good gamble. Loves calling the action. We do have an amazing amount of action next weekend. 1.5 million festival. The Pirate Treasure. Arr. Plenty of pirate jokes out in force for next weekend, where I predict it's going to be very long days. Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. If you haven't booked a flight to Kings yet, what are you doing? Get up, get on. Don't want to miss that. Kesh with ace, ace, 9, 3 here, and Jean with the ace, jack, 10, 6, Pulsito with queen, 8, 8, 7. Six, 3, deuce is the flop. Kesh by far with the best of it here. Jean's going to bet 150. Rakesh will take down another one. The EPF is indeed on in a couple of weeks' time with a 1 million guarantee. They might have added a couple of tickets for the WSOP PLO instead of the main. It doesn't really work, the ICM, as much. These guys want to gamble, you see, so I would imagine they have discussed this at great length, and it's just better to not have tickets up for grabs in a PLO 1K like this. Lost a considerable amount of battery already here, folks. Still 2 to 3 hours before I have power back. So if at some point I stop reading the chat, it's because I have shut that off completely just to concentrate and conserve power. We'll leave up the chat box for the minute. Probably a good idea for me to shut it off soon, though. So aces from Rakesh. The kings for Geordie. Geordie is being eliminated, and 22 players going to remain now. Paco says, can I get the chat on my phone? I cannot because I've turned my phone into a mobile hotspot. I don't have a crazy setup. I just have 2 monitors and a PC. But they do not. Oh, you want to see my MacGyver setup now? Is not much. It's just a laptop and a mic, buddy. Sometimes the power comes back very early. We just have to be ready for any situation. Yeah, this does seem to be zapping a lot of my battery. I'm probably going to shut off the chat in a few minutes, guys. And for whatever reason, there's no commentator left. I'll be back the second I have the power back. Now, that's not something to worry about right now. But you've been warned way in advance. Do see 3-bet to 400k. The ace 3-3. And Apocalypse says he's curious about what way the stream is different to us. It's just a VMix player. I have you on 2 screens, so I have the chat on 1 screen normally, and then big VMix player on the other one. So I'm going to say goodbye to the chat after this hand. But it's not goodbye for long. I will be back. I'll be back. On the chat once the power's back. Yeah, just don't push the big red button and you should be fine. So I'll see you a little bit later on, kids. Take care. Mind yourselves. Not that you won't be able to continue hearing me, but like I said, if she hits the fan and there's no comms, it'll be back the second the power's back. Right, talk to you. Anyone else want to say anything in the chat before I go? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Do have a new player from the Netherlands joining the table. And it is Klaus. We call him Klaus because that's his name. Ace Queen 3 Deuce 6-4 Jack. Jack is the board. He's going to bet 125. We do see Lowry 3 betting to 375. The ace 10-7 Deuce from the cutoff. Flop is 9-8-5. Gene calling with the ace king jack 4. Not exactly his board. Not exactly either player's board. Turn is the jack of hearts. 175 is the bet now from Laurie. Nielsen will take that one down. And they're playing fairly deep still. The guts of 40 bigs is the average. If you're just tuning in, you're watching this 1K Kings Pot Limit Omaha Million live from the Kings Resort in Rozvadov. €160,000 for the winner. Current payout around €5,000. Ace 8-3 for Laurie on this 5-4 deuce. And Ace Queen 5-5. Top set for Klaus. Let's see some money go in here. Laurie flopping the straight here, of course. Hijack against the big blind. Klaus betting and expect Laurie to raise. Just decides to call. Turn is the 9 of hearts. $275 is now the bet from Klaus. And Larry going to just call again. He's got enough flush blocker as well. That is going to that will be some of the combos that Klaus might lead here from the big. That's what I was trying to say. That 6 of spades completes some straights. There we go for blockerish type sizing. I would think somewhere around 200k, maybe 175. Does go for 225. Will get snapped off. And Laurie will win a nice pot for himself. Thomas raising. Queen Jack 10-5 double suited. Marrakesh calling with King Queen 10-8. Flop is 5-4-4. Not much in it for either player here. Marrakesh got about 175. $19 players remaining now, so I believe that means we are only 3 eliminations away from a redraw. Marrakesh taking that one down. Lucas taking that one down. It was ace 10, 10, Jack. Marrakesh raising. King Jack 10-7. Laurie calling in the big with the Queen 6-5-4. Flops it straight. Right out the gate. Marrakesh with a lot of backdoor equity. Will call. Turn is the Queen of Spades. And not a great card for Mikael. You will just bet and take that one down. Both players here with aces. Voting against the small blind. These boys are dancing. Basically a coin flip going in. Anything can happen in pot limit Omaha. 2.4 billion in this pot. Guts of 50 bigs in there. Ace ace 9 8 playing ace ace jack 8. Queen jack jack is the flop. That's not looking good for the ace ace 9 8. Turn is a 9. River is a queen. And Jean gets eliminated. Lowry winning a nice pot. Now playing a very healthy stack of 77 big blinds and 18 players remaining now. Thomas Schmitz with the 10-10-5-3. Lucas ace jack 5-4. Lucas with ace jack 5-4 on the ace king 9 flop. Just going to bet this one. Bets 120. Thomas with a couple of 10s and a flush draw, but not great in Omaha. Just a 10 high flush draw. Does have some backdoors, I guess, but having 3 spades in his hand, not great. We'll call. We're off to a turn. Deuce of diamonds doesn't change much. See a bet of 350 from Lucas this time. The unblocked spades, so we'll get called by some flush draws. That jack blocks some straight draws that Thomas might have. There you see an updated the chip counts. Laurie with 77 bigs, Mikael Marrakesh with 47, Lucas 44, Pulsito with 40, Klaus with 22, and Thomas with 18. Blinds are now 30, 60, 60. That's 30k small blind, 60k big blind with 60k running big blind ante. Jack 8-6 is the flop, 3-way. Lucas bets 200k. And that will be the end of that. Guys, just bear with me there for a few moments. I believe my power is back. And if it is, I'm going to swap everything over and have everything back working for you then in a couple of minutes. So stay tuned. Alrighty, folks, can you hear me now? Hear me now. We do have the power back, and let's hope it holds. If it's not gone, I'll have to go reset everything again. I am happy to have the power back on the computer. Let's go. 18 players remaining now. Now you know how valuable I am to this community when you have me without reading the chat. Badges are all still with me and you didn't tune out. It says we can hear you. Okay. Confirmed. Moving some settings around. We don't know what the button has done. It was on the laptop, and now I have my two monitors back, and it's dreamy compared to just being on the laptop. Dreamy is a bit of a stretch. But you get where I'm going. Well, Gadsby in the house. What's up, Well, Gadsby? Right, that should be everything up to scratch here now. Let's get to the action. Close with 9-9-8-7. Queen, Queen, 10 deuce for Laurie. And Pulsito with King, Queen, 9-3. Double suited for Pulsito. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the double stuff, the double trouble, the King's Million PLO. €160,000 for the winner. Not bad for a Monday. Absolutely roasting here. Don't know what the weather's like wherever you are tuning in from around the world. But it is rare that we have this many hot days in succession in Ireland. And I would say I'm all for it, and I am all for it, but find myself indoors a lot these days. Did get actually quite a lot of sun over the last few days. Went for some long walks with the dog. They're always concerned about that dog in the chat. Well, he's been very well looked after. Shiny, happy people playing in the background. REM, one of the first bands I ever seen live. Great show. Saw them back to back with the Verve. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, 7 Jack, Ace Jack is the board. Pulsito betting 500k. Semi-bluffing. Two-way action to the flop. Thomas with Ace King 5-3. Marquette with the Jack 10-9-7. Pulsito with the Queen Queen Jack 7 double suited. Pulsito betting 175 on the 854. That's falling. And the club's rolling off. Just on the river. After this hand, I'm shooting downstairs. I hear there's an alarm going off. Hopefully, this is the last resetting I need to do. Great that we got the power back about 2 hours earlier than expected. Press spreading 375. You know, quickly calling, and I will be back in just a few moments. Alrighty, folks, I'm back just in time to see this all in and call. Marrakesh with the King Jack 10-10 up against the Queen 10 Deuce of Lorry. 1.1 million in this pot. 18 players still remaining. And this one, very close to being a coin flip situation. Flop is 6-7-5. 70-30 now for Lorry as we hit the turn. Turn is the 7 of clubs. And the river is the deuce of spades. And Nielsen takes that one down. And eliminates one of my favourite players to commentate on at Kings, Mikel Marrakesh. Just another day in the office. I'm sure we will see him very soon. Didn't see him as much last year as the previous years, but he was on a rocket ship of a heater, it has to be said. So 17 players remaining now, one elimination away from the redraw. We will be going on a break, come back with 2 tables of 8 and play down to the final table from there. €17 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €7,250. Oh, it's Southside Ronnie at the World Series of Poker in Canada. He says, busted the main now watching this. Well, things can only get better. A4 deuce is the flop. Lucas bets 150. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. Polcito with the full house. Oh, sorry, he doesn't have a full house. This is Omaha, not Hold'em. Just take that one down nonetheless. I do see some of you asking about the Twitch channel on YouTube. I just can't police two chats. We don't have any moderators on YouTube. We are talking away here on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. We have an action army. Really nice community we've built over the last 3 years or so. You aren't being neglected, but that's where you'll find us for proper poker chatter. A lot of people on YouTube as well, they're always like just clicking for a moment. They're not really hanging around, just passing by, if you will. We are on all the usual social media platforms: Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. Southside Ronnie says he was playing 1700 buy-in, cash for 5k, ace king lost to 7-5. And Southside Ronnie says there was an ace in the window, just like this flop on the ace queen 10. Yeah, I see some guy called Weedy who was looking for the Twitch. Just Poker Room Kings on Twitch. You can't miss it, really. But it's only easy if you know the answer. Luke is taking down that one. I believe that's an all-in from Laurie, and that's going to be a call from Thomas. ECW King says maybe production can put a line in the bottom of the screen. I don't think they can do that from YouTube, promoting Twitch. That's not how it works, man. Laurie with the ace 10-5-4 against the king jack 10-7. Thomas all in for his tournament life, 630k in this pot. $10-9-5 is the flop. $60-40. Turns a 3. Fair fight as we hit the river, but Thomas can't get there. Laurie knocks out another player, and we are going on a break for the guts of 25 minutes. We're going to come back after doing a redraw. I have a bit of turkey I need attending to. But don't go anywhere, because there's lots more action to come from the Kings Million PLO final day. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Tried to get out of line with the Jack 3 offsuit, and he got slapped right away by Madani.
Mm-hmm.
Finds another beauty. Ooh, Kolzar on the button with a suited ace Jack.
Facing a consecutive open now from the chip leader, maybe some altered perceptions that, in spite of the responsibility that we just alluded to that Shmeko has shown off, not being out of line or V-pipping egregiously,
I think they will
we
end
could
up making a 38-minute
perceive that he shifted gears, but Kolzar just content to flat ace-jack of diamonds on the button. Well served, of course. And now Shahar, in an awful way, unbeknownst,
no 45.
could take a price.
Well, as soon as I saw the 16 instructor, I told him
I think Kolzar having his hand being suited helps him call a lot. I think
45 is too long.
people tend to lean the 3-bet on the offsuit just because it plays slightly worse post-flop.
Don't have a reservation
Yeah,
restaurant,
it's pretty ace-jack of diamonds.
20 minutes anyway.
I want to have a nice walk outside at the parking lot.
Okay.
Breathing some fresh air. Doing some jumping jacks.
It's a disciplined choice there from Shahar to
Not pumping enough, just by
dodge this situation. I'm not so sure Kolzar is going to be able to dodge things, nor would he want to. Pairing the nut flush draw over here, little does he know it, but he lags behind. And this flop has chosen violence. 104 in the middle.
Having some inherent showdown, Kolzar probably is just going to take the passive route and just call here. It's not really a high five moment to like raise and have someone put you in. And with the Jack, you have showdown value inherently. So just call and hope you get a prettier turn card.
So a flat of the 65K follow through, and now the nuts on the turn for Kolzar. Shmeko draws dead. No justice.
Shmeko gives the little knuckle, assuming he's setting it up to check call, and then on the river, check the side. Kolzar's probably looking for an amount where he could get he checks back. Wonderful play.
Really
doesn't realize how strong his opponent is.
What's more wonderful to you, the play on the turn or the deuce of spades on the river?
That's right.
And if you're Shmeko, this is an uncomplicated development, and obviously a check back from Kolzar might leave us thinking that value is available with 234 in the middle.
I agree. I think he might even go big here. Really attack certain queens, king jacks, jack nines.
And he's just praying that his man's got ace king across the way. Something that can potentially call what is sure to be this raise. Kolzar, though, I don't know that there are any sizes available other than all 486. And once that gets dedicated, the ace-queen loses luster in a hurry.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of posturing. I don't mind it, just to make sure your opponent can possibly think you can find some kind of bluff by jamming for not much more. There are sickos out there that do this as bluffs, but I do think Shmeko is going to find a fold fairly quickly.
Is 200 just too greedy with ace-queen?
No, I like it. Honestly, I think it's a good bet to bet then fold. Yeah. You're getting value from everything you have beat, and everything that raises is you're going to fold to anyway.
No, by the way, zero hesitation. Shmeko understood exactly what he was going to do in the face of the only raise size that was available to Kolzar, and quite content. Aldib is always outspoken, never one to bite his lip. In many minds, he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I mean? Like, he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's a
maybe it just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of his
depends if you've done anything wrong.
Exposés. The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, Kolozsvár. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leader's pocket sevens, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting King Deuce of Hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with King Jack of Spades.
Yeah, suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. Not gonna get yourself, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice size pot with King Deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're Dietrich fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. Karlik did call as well. Family pot, and Queen Jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We've got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop. So,
well, Madani does have himself a king high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
Yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well, 30K.
There we go.
Into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there from Gerald Karlik.
It's not so much the 30K bet. It's the people behind and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is never on this man's mind.
Yeah, that's right. I like just the calling here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace-8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet by Madani got a lot of mileage. It pushed 3 players into the muck. Now a bit of a pesky road to improvement from Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner on board.
Do you have to
Plenty of 10x, I would imagine, in the big blind defense range.
Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card from Madani to not put any more money on. He gets showdown value.
And expenses the flight. Like, it's not. You're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh, he's going for it again.
Yeah,
you have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it, and that leaves him merging.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get the showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kit we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end, and the 9s are able to get face up for free.
That's why the bet on the turn is kind of nice. If you know if you check back the turn and Fast were to lead out 100K and you would consider calling, you know, maybe it's sometimes just better to bet 80K yourself. Then like taking these outlier approaches, I do think can be successful. But I think you just need a little more thought, maybe a little more cadence on the river. from Dick just to let him soak in that the 7 paired and like, okay, if I had a 7 or if I had ace queen, what would I do? What would I bet here?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of like count to 3 in your head and fire out a bet.
I mean, there was something just innate within me as I observed the manner in which he went for the stack and then fired that river that lacked consideration. It just, as I said, like some sort of manufactured, prefabricated choice, and that was maybe part of the calculus for the jacks, which now have been passed over to Aishan in the big blinds, 605 back. Dick, fresh off of obviously getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, made it 50,000 legitimately with ace queen offsuit, and he's being pushed upon.
This is going to be a tester here. I think he's looking for a reason to put it in, and I think he's going to follow through here.
Wow. 6. 13.
I think he's yeah.
So Dick is going to rip in over the top.
And the plan call with the 2 jacks. Classic race here. Definitely makes and breaks a lot of tournament lives. This flip exactly.
Not happy to play this one.
Aishan was already
Die Checks nochmal verlieren, stimmt.
No.
2 cards away from elimination earlier. He might be looking at this like a free roll.
Yes, baby. No.
Oh!
No.
No, baby.
No, baby.
King available.
You king. No, ace.
Now,
What's that?
ace
You queen
available
by
as
you.
well.
Ace.
I think he would take a king as well.
Queen ace.
Anything.
Come on. Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Come on, baby! Woo! Woo-hoo! Yes, baby! I love you! I love you! Wow. Come on, baby!
Spots for Deeb, who currently runs in third, as you got a glimpse at the chip counts.
And everyone here had the 10,000 euro to get in this tournament. And I'm not trying to say Sean's more comfortable than everyone else, but, you know, he's played for millions of dollars numerous times in his life.
Well, Mr. Madani has played pocket kings enough to know exactly how to approach them pre-flop. Upstairs he takes us, 26,000.
Okay.
7s now for Deeb in the small.
That was a nice sigh.
Inflation not on his mind. 1-7 into the bin, by the way. Not good news for Sean, who's going to be all alone and out of position against these Cowboys. 10-9-3, couple of overs. Unclear whether or not he thinks 10x, 9x is part of the equation for a Madani Open up front. Into 76 comes just a modest 18K, Justin. Not really a sizing that we anticipate is going to relieve Deeb of all of his range.
Yeah, I think Deeb is going to be calling just about everything, but this makes it nice price. Having the 10 and the 9 out there always presents more straight draws for the upper ends. The king jacks, queen jacks, king jacks, king queens. This is a spot where I fully expect Deeb to peel another one off, even if he does size it up here, which I'm sure he's going to do after down betting.
112 in the pot, and yet we continue to milk.
This is a very milky.
Was ich Bieter habe. König Dame.
What are the arguments against the downsized turn bet after that very downsized flop bet?
To me, it shows that he has some showdown value. If he has king high or queen high or even some ace highs right now, I expect him to bet big, put pressure on a lot of these hands. His bet sizing says to me he has a hand that he's okay getting to showdown no matter what.
Okay, now interestingly enough, even though we see Sean check, this is one of those cards that when you down bet flop and turn and the big, or small blind rather, defender gets to this point, that backdoor flush, middle pair card pairing, could put us in a bit of a blender if all of a sudden D were to have risen up for a healthy size. And look at Madani, unafraid whatsoever of that development. Barrels once more.
1, 2, 3, and then, okay?
1, 2, 3.
Well,
60K.
the milk might work here. To your point, I thought Sean might consider it, maybe a check raise, just merge it a little bit. Probably would like to have the 7 of diamonds in his hand instead, but again, this just shows that he has just a ton of value. But I think Sean sleeps very well at night and
Yeah.
doesn't have to worry about what the other person had very often.
You know, he didn't look uncomfortable, but he did look a little bit confused by the line. And so 60K worth of curiosity satiated as those 7s find showdown. And unfortunately, they find the muck as well once shown kings. Meanwhile, back at the feature, chip leader has opened with ace-3. By the way, gentlemen in the background there, I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that. Picking an interesting place to find a catnap. Jacks could make things interesting here. Not, however, compulsory, especially on road to the money bubble, to inflate things out of position.
I agree. It's nice to be under rep too. Like you can just know. Oh well, not now, but just comfortably getting a check call, a couple streets, and know you're probably gonna have the best hand. But
on an ace-king 7 board, however, we recognize the issues afoot.
Still probably need to peel 1 off. Having the jack of diamonds is really nice. Plus, there is some attachment, I guess, when you kind of slow play a bigger hand than you're supposed to. I feel like most people, including myself, we want to see one more street with it. Just prove it to me.
Yeah, in case it's a one and done sort of effort. Olchansky, though, has been in line for the most part, so we'll see what comes on the heels of 20 a man. Just because Olchansky's got this ace doesn't mean that he's going to be in the mood, pardon me, for another barrel. Predictable second check out of the jacks. A check back this time.
Oh my.
And Jacob, dressed in spades, knocks on the door. Where do these cards come from? I mean, I'm not suggesting that all of a sudden this is going to be some seismic pot, but perhaps these are the moments that positively reinforce the peel.
That is true. And I like the check back from Olchansky on the turn as well. Just pot controlling, and it's probably, well, fast is going for the check raise here, it looks like.
Might that have something to do with the sizing, though, from Olchansky? If all of a sudden he comes with full pot, maybe check raise isn't what's on our mind here. Some queen 10 could be afoot. I don't think pocket aces, pocket kings are what he anticipates.
No, not those. But yeah, queen 10 is scary, but this
25K is not.
25K makes his life a lot easier.
Take a picture of those chips, because you're not going to be seeing them after this action.
Now it's just how much does he want?
$125.
3 days, 125. It's full showdown.
He gets paid.
Ace king.
I'm a little surprised by this. do you think, Justin? We going to burst that bubble in a hurry, or is it going to really start to grind down here? Obviously, we know if Sean has anything to do with it, we'll potentially get there in a hurry, courtesy of some sort of gnarly beat.
Sean might be. Oh, he finally has it.
Yeah, ace, king of spades, and this is where things become dangerous with something like 90% VPIP over the last couple of orbits.
I always expect these bubbles to take a while. All of a sudden, the money, I'm sure it's 15,000 euros, becomes very real to people. You know, you put in all these hours over 3 days, want to walk away with some money, tell people you made the money. Oh, boy. All right. Well,
another ace-king surfacing in the small blind here after Madani decided to speculate on the button with 4-5 of diamonds. And that makes the proposition even more attractive than it already would have been for Vrancic to get his chips forward. He jams. Now, this is not an insignificant 229,000 for Sean. He is, of course, the covering stack, and ace, king of spades isn't really looking for the muck. He will ask for a count.
no, for sure. But I think Sean's picked up on the fact that people are exploiting his opens, and he's getting 3-bet a lot. This is a welcome side, even though he is going to just have some 8s and 9s here, so, and have to flip for half of his stack. But you know, he'll have the 1 flush draw against the 2 flush draws, and most likely they get to chop up Madani's money.
On. Followed right.
Yeah.
And Deeb over the top just to usher Madani further toward the muck in the event that he
Double suited ace king.
had something that might have left ace
Yeah.
king with an issue.
On
So-
TV, never do bad jokes.
Okay,
A
sorry
10%
about it. I'll
edge.
never do this again.
To Deeb, given the presence of the spades as we play a $500,000 chip pot. Vrancic.
Now I will 3-bet you every time.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Wow.
See, buddy.
GG.
That is a devastating development there. Dare I call it unjust? Granted, we noted the 10% equity advantage. We just don't usually expect it to come to fruition in spots such as that.
When you have a hand, you take them on. Because of your cap.
Just like
You know-
Now
that.
you're
Deeb
jealous
is
of
just
it.
as healthy as he was when we started the day.
Yeah, Zoltan
It's good for the people.
gets showered.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Hope you enjoyed your food or whatever you were doing. Oh, I certainly did. 16 remaining, just under redraw. Average stack is 40 bigs, 2.4 million. Pulsito, Magu, Memic, Pay for My Audi. I like that name. Christian P, Thomas Pedersen, Klaus, and Isaac, all being represented from different nationalities at this feature table. We've got Germany, Netherlands, Israel, Denmark, and Austria. Bird says, work, 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 my God. You're not one for complaining about work, really, Bird. So if you're putting in that, it must be very bad. Very bad indeed. $275 is the bet here from Pay for My Audi with the Queen 987. Trips for Memic. River is 10 of diamonds.
Guys, let's make a deal. Let's try to play like as fast as we can, okay? Because hands have been taking long. Also, year before was also pretty long.
We're hearing a request for hands to be played a bit faster.
My brain isn't working that quickly. Well, then use some cocaine or do something. I can understand you want to pass the game with that thing. I like to take my time. I've seen worse here. I think. Well, I've seen worse too, but you know, it was just an honest question. Like, please try to play as fast as you're able. You don't owe me anything. You can do whatever the fuck you like, but please, a little bit. You know, nobody's watching the stream. Like, there's no Hollywooding here. Your future wife is not watching the stream. Believe me.
Say your future wife isn't watching the stream. You do not know who is watching the stream. It's not Linus.
Did I say something unreasonable? Of course, enjoy. You're playing poker, enjoy. It's all good. But I'm only asking, like, let's try to play as fast as we can. No unreasonable, like Hollywood and bullshit.
Looks like he wasn't. It was started off as some banter, but seemed very serious about wanting to play hands faster. Understandable, of course. Some people just like to take longer than others. We have four-way action here. We just said this will be a long day for them. Oh, yes. Very long day indeed. Nagu, what about going on here? The ace and the five of hearts. 75 is the call. Bert has the usual suspects of things PLO regs on the TV table. If anyone has additional information about any of the players remaining, feel free to chime in. This is everything. Then a diamond's rolling off on the river. Remember taking down that massive pot. Pretty horrible that he misses everything with the 8-5-5-3. That's PLO for you. Remember keeping that one now playing 80 big, 4.8 million. Trying my best to stay away from sugars as well, folks, for the most part now. But is there anything like having a Coca-Cola with a few ice cubes in the afternoon? I can. Although I think Coca-Cola is nicest out of the bottle, personally. The glass bottle, that is. People are saying this could be a very long day. Real Rusty, they're saying as well. But PLO has a mind of its own. We've done some PLO streams till 5 in the morning, back to back. 10K events, 5 a.m., 4 a.m., which means it would be nearly 6 a.m. at Kings and 5 a.m. at Kings. There's other nights where it's finished before midnight. It just depends. We are pretty deep. Boxers and Kings are brilliant. But there is a lot of action that takes place. And players that buy into an €1,100 PLO, as much as they want to win it, it is just another day in the office. There's some amazing cash games going on. And they came here to gamble. Make no mistake about it. Says don't expect the usual PLO cash game play with huge swings. This is tournament PLO, which is totally different from cash game. The limit number is different, far more noticeable here than the Hold'em. Well, said bird lines have gone up 40, 80, 80, 40K small blind, 80K big blind, with an 80K running big blind ante. So the average stack is now 30 big blinds. So it says if you don't have an unlimited bankroll to play PLO, like to play PLO, you can get a very good idea of how to play PLO a bit tighter than the rest. Anyways, skin a cat or sheep or whatever animal you want to play. Tank down nearly 2 minutes. 15 players remaining now. Stage jump has been reached. 8,100 euro. That will be enough to open it here with the 8 stack 5C and pay from the Audi with the 81076. The original limper.
You can now not start complaining, my friend. I'm usually not the one being slow, that's why I took it personal. It wasn't personal at all, it was just in general, because I experienced it like 30 minutes ago. And people start tanking for no reason, with literally 6 deuce ring or 3 flops. And then he open falls. I'm playing too.
Jack 4 trees, the flop 2 diamonds. Andrew bets 125. Lot going on here for him with the ace and the 5 of diamonds. To see a bet and a call, almost a million in the pot now as the 3 of hearts rolling off on the turn. Good card for Mag. Pay for my Audi now with enough flush draw, but it is a pair board.
Like small bet, huh?
Face on the river. And Audie's just going to try get the showdown. Not going to win too often. And Mag just has to decide how much he thinks he can get paid. That's a pretty big bet. 2/3 pot, 800k. Busted diamonds out there, busted hearts out there. Audie not going to be calling. Impossible. He says 7-7 for Thomas. Ace Ace Jack Deuce, potting it up from the cutoff against Mag's Ace King Jack 6. Pocket says not a PLO expert in any way. Me too, buddy. Says I would have thought ace, king, jack, 6 with a suited ace would be a call there. I think we prefer if we are double suited, and the 6 is really bad. It doesn't interact with the ace, the king, or the jack. Lightning Soul in with a similar comment. So we just want a bit more playability. Even though we are suited, that 6 just doesn't connect with anything. That's why ace 6 offsuit is probably one of my most hated hands in poker. Those ace 6, ace 7, and even ace 8 offsuit combinations just don't hit with the board. I'd rather have ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, ace 5 off, or of course suited. So that 6 just makes our hand a hell of a lot worse. You will see some guys who want to see flops and will gamble there. Some people just don't care, especially in PLO. Ace, king, jack, 5, way more playable because the ace and the 5. Now, Lightning Soul, they're saying we need a 12-card wrap on the flop or it's a fold. Like, I'm able to tell you when the wraps around a hand nicely on the flop or whatever, but a 12-card wrap, not above my jurisdiction. It's not something I'm like immediately pops out in my head. Oh, he's got 12 cards for a wrap on the flop. That's why it's great to see comments like this coming into the chat. We're all learning together. But thank you very much, Lightning Soul. I do see a 4-bet here from Pulsito. That's why you're exaggerating a bit there, yeah, I understand. That's why some double suited hands will go into the muck, because you might be double suited, but you're not that well connected in terms of making a straight. That's why you really want a 10 or a 5 in your hand if you're double suited, because, well, you can't make a straight without a 10 or a 5, can you, gang? Big pop brewing here. All in and call, 2.7 million. Pay for my Audi with the king, jack, 6 deuce, and Pulsito with ace, ace, 8, 4. Four, king, queen, 7, 6 eliminates Audi. Pulsito with the nut flush on the turn. We do see another elimination and 14 players remaining now, and that means we will have 2 tables of 7. All players remaining, guaranteed €8,100 with a pay jump looming to €8,950. We do have another all-in and call. Membic with the Queen Jack 10-3 against Klaus with the 9-8-6-4.
You've aces? I wish you had aces. I hope you had aces. You've kings. Oh, I'm alive. I'm alive. Nasty. Okay.
This Klaus guy is quite the character.
Diamonds. Let's see.
10-4-4 is the flop.
Oh no. Oh, that's no fun. He's king 10-7. He's king 10-7. Who wants you?
No, he will take that one down. No elimination this time.
Baby. Great spot. When you re-raise, I'm so happy. Yeah, that's fucking beautiful. Very risky. I love it. I was thinking he was probably folding or on the flop. Someone goes and then the other one folds. Like I was like so happy with just how it evolved. I was sad about my hand.
Was Lightning Soul says preferably Ace 5 suited and King Jack suited over Ace King suited and Jack 5 suited. Yes. Mag with King 9-7, still 14 remaining. Average stack getting close to 2.8 million now. $6,533 for Isaac. $60.40. Never too far behind in Omaha, are you, gang? Gang. It's a nice hand to call all in with for that amount of chips anyway. Double suited. Ace, King, Deuce. No help, however. Mag was looking hot till that turn. But does survive. Full house on the river. Isaac has been eliminated and 13 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached. All remaining players guaranteed €8,950. Ace, Queen, 9-8 against the King, Queen, 7. 6-9-5 is the flop. Thomas moves it all in for 7 biggins. Mimic calling. Flush draw, straight draw, over pair. Thomas needing to get lucky. Turn 5 of hearts. River is the 7. Thomas does get there. Bing, bang, blow. Good classic rock in the background. I was getting distracted. King, King 8-7 against the 8-8-7-7. Queen, Jack 10 is the flop. Nemec with the overpair and some straight blockers. Christian just with 8s and 7s, really. Now spotted up here with the ace 10-10-8. That's a nice double suited hand now. Mag with the ace queen 9 deuce double suited. Not a great kings to have with 3 clubs.
guess I started it. Yeah. Fuck. There we go out together, baby! I'll take a split, Paul. What do we need for a split? It's very tough. It's very tough to split. I don't think we can split this one, man. I'm sorry. It's you and me, baby.
He doesn't want to split it with him. They are all in and call. It is 55-45. Klaus doesn't want to chop.
Oh yeah, I like a rejab, I think so, yeah. When you're colorful, if you think I'm in it, you should fall. You should fall, baby. I prefer this hand against... Oh no, I don't know. This is all screwed. Okay, we'll see, we'll see. Oh yeah, thank you.
Queen Jack 5 is the flop.
Really bad for me. 9 is not. 10? Could be king.
River is the 9 of clubs. He does win a big one. So 11 players remaining now. We are 2 eliminations away from the final table. €10,700 is the current payout. King, Jack 5, 3 betting to 640k. We do see it all in and call. Pulsito with ace, queen, 10, 3. Christian with king, Jack 5. Turn is a 3. It's 60-40 now as we hit the river. A lot of chips in this one. 3.57 million. Ace of hearts rolling off. Christian gets there with the nut flush. Both players very healthy now. 11 players still remain. Hello to Laurie. She's currently watching the tennis on TV. Ooh, yeah. Wimbledon will be coming up in a couple of months. Do like me some Wimbledon. Hold your horses. 5-way action here. I don't believe it. King Jack 6 is the flop set for Mehmek. That amount of cards on the screen is giving my brain a headache. Not gonna lie. Need someone to spot me. Spot me, brah. Spot me. Few Masters events in the French Open. Yes, indeed. And that in a big way. Interesting turn card. 10 of spades rolling off. Christian with the nut straight, but has to avoid a lot of cards. Pulsito with a set of his own, but it is... I've no clue who has what now. Yes. It makes me feel better that it's hard to dissect that much action at once. We're always honest around here, even though we are commentating on a game of lies. And Christian with the nuts and having another ace as well, blocking his opponent having the same straight. They both do have the same straight. Light and Soul says one guy has 2 straights, the other a 6-card straight. Yeah. Chop it up, boys. Mosquito taking that down with the ace, queen, queen, 3. Ace, ace, 9, 7, raising to 350. Still 11 players remaining. So he does get it in against the kings. King, king, 4 deuce. There's 7, 10, 8, deuce, jack. And Mimic going to have to pay Thomas. Thomas playing 19 big blinds now, as the blinds are now 50k small blind, 100k big blind with 100k running big blind ante. Emma taking that one down. We're seeing more pots being taken down pre as we get closer and closer to the final table. All remaining players guaranteed a 5-figure payday at the moment, but we don't want to give you that. The winner of this one is going to take home €160,000. I've got ace, king, 10, 8. $225 to go. Flops a straight. Christian flopping the flush here, of course, with Jack 10. Mag is going to use the blocker here. Blocking the nut flush. Going to raise it. Christian's going to call. 2.3 million in this pot now. Looks like he is having the move taken away from him initially here to bet more. Ace blocker. Was a pair board on the turn. Lot going on there for Christian. We'll take that one down. Now playing 43 big blinds and change. So the average stack is still 35 big blinds. Thomas betting 150k here on the Jack 7-3 with the King 8-4 deuce. Christian calling with the King Queen 9-9. Turn is the Ace of Diamonds. River is the 4 clubs. Christian going to bet 200k. I guess this is a bluff. Does have 9s. We'll get a Jack to fold. We'll get some Ace X to fold. Tom is just going to be forced to let this go. Really enjoying some of the music in the background of Kings today. Perhaps I should turn on my DJ decks this week and treat myself to some tunes. It's been a while. Sun's out, guns out, fun's out. 3 long days on comms next weekend, and then I'm going to take some form of annual leave to go to the Irish Open, all going well. I'm not 100% set in stone just yet. Well, I rarely get to play live. If you were going to play anything in this country, you'd want it to be the Irish Open. If there's anyone that is going to the Irish Open, be sure to let me know in the chat. Obviously, 1,000,001 events taking place at Kings, but no harm in Ireland getting in the spotlight once or twice a year, and it would have to be for the Irish Opens. Ran amazingly well. That and the Irish Poker Tour, of course, ran by Fintan Gavin, the CEO. Big shout out to him. To give a good shout out to Alan Finn, who will be doing the 21st for me. Monday the 21st, that is. Haven't had him in the boot in a while. He's loads to promote. World Poker Tour Global Ambassador. His channel growing exponentially and popping videos out every week. Be sure to give him a look if you're into cash games. Very entertaining stuff indeed. Alan F. Poker. 10-8. Ace is the flop. Full pseudo bet 225 with King Jack 5-5. Remix King Queen Jack 9. Wrapped around this one nicely. Both ends of it. Down. He says King 9 against the Queen 8, 7, 7, 9, 9, 3 is the flop. Trips for remix. Want to see a turn? Want to see a card? And Christian's going to raise here. I didn't really know what was going on. Just moves it all in, and Christian forced to let it go. Christian just a non-believer there. If anyone else has any thoughts on that raise, let me know. So 47 bigs for Mimic, Policito 45, Christian with 33, Mag with 32, and Thomas Pedersen with 13 bigs is your clear short stack, but anything can happen. He's in roundabout in limit Omaha. 7-3 deuce. It's the ace king 9-6 for the shorty. We do see it go in, folks. $60-40 for Thomas's tournament life. Turns the 9 of hearts. River is the jack of spades. Thomas getting there for a double up to 30 bigs, 32 bigs. Mag with his double suited ace 7, 3 deuce can't get there. Okay. Over the line. So many things change on Turner River and PLO. It's crazy. Never ceases to amaze me how far you're ahead, but you're never that far behind, are you? It's a sick game that we love and hate at the same time. Mick up in the first there. Way out in the lead against Jack 9-6-1 to King 9-7-7. Heart going off in the river. This is going to continue. And he's set. Picked off and Phoenix is just fall. 250 is the bet. Sorry, it's the raise. King, queen, queen, 10. Pulsito folding in the big. Full house for Emic on the river. It was King, queen, 9-7. Thomas with ace 9, 7-3. Four 50 is the bet. Absolutely. Jack 9-7 is the flop. Queen Jack 5 for Thomas. $350 is the bet from Thomas with the over pair. Mag gonna call with some backdoors and top pair king kicker. Gets it in on the turn. Pretty big favorite here. Lets it go. Ace King Jack 6 raises. Pot. Christian calls it Ace Jack 7 deuce. Flop is Ace 7-4. Christian raising. Pot with his top two. Christian going to complete in the small blind with 10-10-4-3. Ace Jack 3 for Christian. Thomas gets out of the way with King 9-6. Do like this song by Adele as well. And this is going to be the last time before the break. I need to go get myself some caffeine. Yes, I know it's very late in the evening to be drinking caffeine, but I didn't get much sleep. Maybe 3 hours or something. It's one of those nights. I blame the dog to bring the dog out before 7 a.m. 987. So I'll re-up on caffeine and we will re-evaluate it and go at it again, lads. Hope you're enjoying the show over the last 4.5 hours or so. It has been a day where the action has lulled at times. We have seen some huge pots. Doesn't mean that these guys are playing nitty or anything. It's just some of the card distribution. Do find ourselves with 11 players remaining, getting closer and closer to that FT. Things just heating up, I feel. Hope you're enjoying the show. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus. Has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call away with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 tens versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Niste. Looking that way on a king 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9. A whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these tens are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Niste. Where you had the literal owner of the Lakers.
Right. Right.
You had like a top shelf pro.
Mm.
You had a guy that obviously was laundering. And I don't mean dry cleaners.
No, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
somewhat ill-gotten.
Another
must
guy.
have been the gains, especially the relationship he had with the money.
Right. Another guy in there with his last 6 bets, and they're not even his.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Case backing.
Right.
Wonderkind, who, if they carded him, would be kicked out of the casino.
Yeah.
And then a guy who looked like genuinely he had just finished a shift at a Chinese restaurant and maybe was wearing $17 worth of total clothing, but had 60K in chips in front of him.
Hey, as long as we're in action, we're happy.
Well, I'm not sure how happy Kamoshi's going to be to
It's-
face rare resistance in the form of a 3-bet, and just observe how ill-timed it is.
Very unlucky. for
Open,
Vulesovic.
3-bet, and now Radicki gets to play ladies' man out of the small. 72,000 deep. There's just nowhere else but all in, right?
Yep, we're
Yep.
got to ship it in and put him to bed.
And Vulesovic going to be priced in for another
Has
45?
to call, I think. No choice. Can't be worse than a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 dog here, in spite of the fact that you don't have your best holding.
And by the way, this additional requirement is north of 20% of your remaining stack.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 3-to-1 on a call here. It's really hard for you to be worse than that versus the jam range. I mean, that range does include aces, which may make this a lot closer than it actually is on the screen. I think if you're the queens, you obviously at this point want to call.
Be a very light 3-bet, huh?
You know, want.
But I think you want the call because you don't expect it to be this hand. I think you want the call because you expect it to be like queen jack.
Yeah, the struggle bus made it seem like maybe we don't face an ace.
Yeah. Like, oh, I might be 9-to-1 favorite, not 3-to-1.
Well, his back is
2.5
up
to 1.
against the wall, but he's in a great way here. 68%
Decent, okay.
is Radicki
Acceptable.
to double through Vulesovic.
4.
Oh, 653 would have kept.
Yeah, the pocket fours have been loving this one.
4 of hearts.
That was, I think, me. I'll take.
Brandishing a nervous smile. Don't need to worry about the monotone texture, given Vulesovic lacks a heart in hand, and now lacks any path to victory beyond the ace.
I had the 4 of hearts.
Miracoli.
Board.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think I had the
Pairs on
hand.
the end, and
Dicevi tu?
Radicki
Eh sì, le filavo.
with the
No,
double.
contro di te perdevo.
Yeah, well, it's warfare out there,
tightest
Ali,
fold for
and
the
Yes.
those chips are just bullets.
Yeah.
No sense in going home
Yes.
with them, you know?
9-4 suited?
Not so bad.
Put them to work or
They're
put them
not
to
like
bed.
I
They're
will
not as
open,
useful in the
9-4
chamber as they
suited.
are sprayed onto the
That's
battlefield.
right.
I know the
right.
value of money. I will not open it.
Until rent comes due, in which case you're looking for a few in some clips.
Hey, you know, there's some nice weather in California here. They're kind to the homeless.
Looking at you, Santa Monica. Ace King here, being looked at by Vaitu Leones, who has been northbound since his arrival. First hand he sat down and opened was an Ace King. Then, of course, Ace Queen versus 2 kings. Yielded one from Stetsura, who's got an inferior ace on the button versus a cutoff open. Might be looking for his pound of flesh.
Yeah, this one can go either way.
Yeah, 3-bet to 15,000, ill-fated, and Sposado wakes up with ladies.
Now this is where it gets fun.
Unless you have ace-9.
He's the covering stack, so for sure we're going to see him go with it in some capacity here. It's just a matter of how. I guess effectively they're looking at about 60 blinds. I don't think jam's out of the question. With a formation this aggressively, though, maybe he wants to get a little value for his time.
You know, the thing is, as a big stack, if he were to come with some normalish 4-bet sizing, does it not at times appear to the opposition like it's more situational?
For sure.
Cut off open, button, 3-bet. In context, those two played that little pot moments ago, and you could lure something less than ace-king into hazardous procedures.
Yeah,
Instead, we know that this one is a somewhat foregone conclusion.
Right. I think that's facts. It's more you start to play with the line of protecting your hand versus maximizing the value, and it gets a little dicey. You know, like 2 10s in this spot, I'm pretty sure you're on the cusp between jamming and folding, whereas like 2 aces, you're very clearly just playing 4-bet not all in, and everything that falls in between that spectrum is gonna want to try to do the best that it can to maximize both its fold equity and its ability to get worse to put money in the pot. This is very gross for ace king.
I mean, we didn't really have this spot in mind when we opened to 5K, and yet the hand is the hand. He's going to choose to jam it.
Yeah.
Sposato isn't looking for the exits.
So this is the thing, like, if you choose the 4-bet not all in here with queens, I think in general it's to snap a jam from either. But perhaps he was thinking to himself that he would very quickly call if the button were the jammer. Potentially he has a decision here versus the original opener.
Buona fortuna.
So we're off to the races in a classic.
Maybe.
If
Oh, did he call?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay,
I'm seeing call 109 in there, so unless my eyes deceived. Perhaps the writing was on the wall here as the ace-9 ducks out of the way. And all of a sudden, the fate of the Lithuanian hangs in the balance. To the flop we go. 10-4 tray. Not what was needed. 1 ace in the muck. That much we know. Can we find a king? Some running wheel hopes. And the latter of them present courtesy of the deuce of hearts. Any 5, any ace, any king. Or just a 7 of clubs. And no sooner does Vaitu Leonis
Forza Italy.
arrive at this feature table than he is dispatched. You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here and snatch some chips might, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Komoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Balasevic has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Daehyun Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the 9s. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
on
of
the
spades,
turn.
10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
What a boring turn.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split
King
pot.
of spades, money back.
Kamoshi facetiously pretending not to have a grip on the game. And maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee given a stay of execution. And ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
My heart.
Cash game streets, content creators, the likes of Yo Viral, Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum,
Yeah.
Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Ranilani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura, screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
there's just
something.
like, yeah, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know. Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips.
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there on the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't do this. No.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited. Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without classes. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he folds the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack 9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw helped.
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again as he
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Just in time to see Mag all in for 6.3 bigs with King Jack 7 deuce. Christian McQueen 663. Not much in it for him here. Just top pair. Let's it go. If you are just tuning in on this sunny Monday evening, you're watching the €1,100 Kings Million Pot Limit Omaha edition. It's the final day. 11 players remaining in the main event, live from the Kings Resort in Rozvadov. All players have locked up a 5-figure payday, with the winner of this one going to be walking home with €160,000. Paul Cito raised the 275 at ace, king, queen, 6, takes that one down. 2 eliminations away from the final table. Let's see a few comments coming in about being played very slow. There's a lot going on in PLO. I am agreeing with you, though. They're not getting a lot of hands in per hour, shall we say. Just under 30 bigs is the current average stack. Small blind is 60k, big blind 120k, with 120k running. Big blind ante 60, 120, 120. Mag taking that one down with the ace-ace, king 10, double suited. Very nice starting hand for him. So the orange chips are 5k, blue chips are 25k, and the greyish chips are 100k a pop. It's 5, 25, 100. 6, 10, 10 is the flop here. A7, 5, 3 for Mimic and Mag with Queen Jack 7 deuce. Mimic with the best hand, betting 120 here on the river. Ball Club says he's back. It's been a long day. Nice to have you back, mate. Polka says, sure, we were on 11 about 14 hours ago. There has been some complaints that this is dragging on, but PLO, they're playing for a lot of money. Osito betting $1 million. And Paul will take it down. He's playing over 5 million now, 42 big blinds. And you see a call from Christian Mag. Makes a pot with the Jack 10, 9, 7 in the cutoff. Mag flopping the world here, really. Ups the straight. And chances to make a straight flush to boot. Checks. Christian tries to get called by worse with his straight. Instead, he gets called by better. Mag takes that one down with ace, ace, queen, 8. Ace King 7-3 against the 9-8-5 deuce. Christian defending, flops a set. Trips. Improves to a full house on the turn. So hand 100 of the day. Not much has changed. Still 11 players remaining. However, Stack still 3.5 million. 2 eliminations away from the final table. Chris says good evening. Evening, Chris. Push for Thomas now on the turn. Lively blind battle. Chris says no FT with 9 players, I think. You might be right. I've seen it happen with 8. I've seen it happen with 9. Dressed like a guy who knew he was going to be watched by a lot of people today. Some people are just classy, says ECW. What's up, ECW? What's up, guys? Aeroplanes. High in the sky. King 7-5 under the gun from Mag. Thomas with King Jack 6. Mag raised to 250. T-bet by Thomas. They do get it all in. Queen 7 is the flop. Turn is the ace of diamonds. Turn is an ace and river is a 3, and they will chop it up, boys. ECW says we ain't all puffin farmers on an Arctic island. It's actually lobsters. Leave the lobsters alone. with ace 9 6 5 on the ace 5 8. Flop. Crystal King 10 9 7. Quite the flop here for Césaire. That was working for Tristan. We do see a bet in a call. Y'all talk about puffins in the chat. Can't think of the word puffin without thinking of them books or the book company. Because when you have a book in your hand, you always have company. Am I right, guys? Let me quote. Only for a coat today. I'm in a boiler room situation here. I'm just going to go for it here. This bloke might get through. Trying to make sure I haven't missed anything here. Two pair for me, Mick. Straight arriving on that river. Especially when you're going to have more of those straights when you descend in the big blind. Seems like he might just be a bit too high up in his range. King says, hell nah, you ain't folding two pair. Just have some straight blockers. My initial thought is that he will fold. Two pair isn't much in PLOs, right? Apocalypse. I think he really wants to call. There it goes, go into the muck. Just pulling off a nice bluff. So they're looking 40, 35, 31, 22, and 15 for Tito Christian, Nemec, Magu, and Thomas fighting it out for a place in the final 9. So I've been told it might be the final 8 for the FD. Only one way to find out. Well, just refresh the page there, ECW. I got a message earlier to say the quality's never sounded as good before. Perhaps that's fixed it there now, hopefully. There are some things going on where I live, what to do with fiber broadband being installed. So I don't know what that means for my internet. It's going to be a good thing overall. We will have faster connection, but will there be issues in the meantime? Again, only one way to find out. You weren't here earlier, ECW King. I was on the laptop for a while. I had no power in the house. Wasn't for too long. Thank you. Because I don't know what I would have done. That laptop actually wasn't going to be too great. Because it's on your part. Sorry for scaring me. Yes, I'm petrified. I'm taking it all down. Eye of the Tiger. If that doesn't motivate them to get some bust outs, nothing will. And if today's 10, 9, 8. It's 275 to go. Just about 9875. Now with double suited Queen Jack 10-5 on the button. Mark dropping the joint. Racing 10. Comparing some backdoors here for Emic. Boys are taking their time indeed. ECW, it's been going on for quite a while now. There's no pay jump between 10th and 11th, by the way, but you got some big jumps then after that point. Currently in or around 22 bigs-ish. As the blinds go up to 80k small blind, 60k big blind, 160k running big blind ante. That's 80, 160, 160. Christian with ace, ace, king, 3, 400k to go. Round 2, Thomas, double suited, ace, 10, 7, 3. Mag with King, King, 8 deuce. Raised from the small. Christian going to call with 10, 9, 4 deuce, double suited. Jack 10, 4. Is the and looks like there's some money going in here. Bet 1.26 mil. Two pair here for Christian and a flush draw. Although the flush draw is just 4 high. And that's an all in. And that's a call. Basically a post flop. Mag is the at-risk player, but a big moment for both players involved. One is the jack. Mag. There's a 7. No good for Christian. Few bluffs haven't worked for him earlier. He rebounded nicely. Christian just with 3 bigs left now. Fitted. Hold 3. Well, there's another way of doing it. Jack 7-8 is the top 2 arc. 15, 10 for Thomas. Like the ace Jack 5-4. The diamond's rolling off. And the cage left the mag. What about the Thomas now? There wasn't over a pair. There's a paired board. There are a lot of hands out there to beat him already. He has a pair of diamonds. Pretty good. What big combinations that we have. So it was club. Seven seconds. Stop go again. And it's the Jack of Diamonds. There goes check. River is the 9 of club. They are going to check that one down. Thomas is raising. King, Jack, Jack, Deuce. Big blind with ace, queen, queen, deuce. As ECW says, this is going to be a long one, I think. Yeah, it could easily be a late one. I said earlier, ECW so has a mind of its own. It can be done quick. Other times, yes, there is still 11 players remaining. The action lulling today and the slow pace is really not going down well. It's not like they're afraid of getting the money across the line. The card distribution just hasn't been the super high variance route. We do see Christian getting it in with the ace queen, 7-6 scoring. Well, you know, we have non-stop action around here the majority of the time. There's always going to be peaks and troughs, whatever way you want to call it. Is back for 3. Has been eliminated, and that means 10 players remaining now. Tito takes on that one. Dragon Pulse Tito both paying over 5 million. 34 bigs for Pulsito and Mag, and then Mimic with 25 and Thomas with 14. We are going to get a new player. That new player is going to sit into C4. That new player's name is going to be Mikael Plum from Denmark, who you might remember from such streams last night on day 2. Plum, who had a nice set back up last night, double suited here. Ace Jack 10-7, top 2. Ace 6-5-4 for Thomas. Plum will take that one down. Raising over the 420k bet. Ace, Queen, 10, 3. Round to the big with King, Queen, Jack, 5. Paul says, what are we saying the betting line is for finishing time before or after the next Olympics? Hopefully it'll be finished in time for next Sunday. We've got a big ass event. Taking place. The Poker Treasure Series. R. The Pirates' favorite letter is actually C. It's the Pirates Poker Treasure. 1.5 million guaranteed for the series between the 1st and the 13th. Then Alan will be in the house for the Monday on comms for the German Poker Masters Easter edition. Then the following weekend, you've got the GPD Mystery Bounty. That's just the next few. And a hell of a lot more after that. 1.5 million guaranteed from a €480 entry. Yeah, incredible stuff. Ace, ace, 6, deuce, double suited. Plum raising to 350 with the Queen 10, Jack 9. 250 is the bet on the 7-7 deuce. Over pair for Mag. Mag raises to 750. Plum lets it go. Chris says they will be paying the German Poker Masters and Kings in the Easter weekend. We'll be looking out for you. Well, I won't be. I'll be at the Irish Open. Hopefully. Plum taking that down with the King 6-3. Rory McIlroy is going to be at WrestleMania. Is he, Apocalypse? Is that what you're saying? He's decided to put down the golf clubs or maybe use them in the wrestling ring instead. Call him Roy the Boy. Magu 37 bigs is still your chip leader here, but not much separating them. Still 5-handed now on both tables. We have a bubble. Average stack is almost 4 million. Magu 3-bet into 1.2 million with the ace, queen, deuce, double suited. 10, 10, 6, 6 for Mimic. from the small. Plum raising, King 9-8 takes that one down. Mag raised to 560, takes it down, adds 400k. The ace 10, 6-4. Ace Ace King 6 double suited for Plum. Pulsito going to defend with the King, Queen, Queen 8. King, King 7 5. Mag open things up. Plum with a very nice 10 9 6 double suited. Thomas most likely gets it in here with his Ace, King, Queen 7 with 4.2 bigs behind. Decides to let it go. Pay jump is from €10,700 to €13,100. It's the difference between 10th and 9th. Ten eight four is the flop. Plum is going to call. Mag betting 300k with King 7 5. Flush draw over pair. Mimic going to get it all in here with the ace 10 8 5. Top 2. Decision is on Mag. Does eventually move all in. And here we go. We might have our final 9. Unless Mimic can bank. Is technically here on paper, but Mag, the 60-40 favourite. Statistically, 7.5 million in this pot. One of the bigger pots we've seen all day. There's the 6 of diamonds, and Mag hits the flush. River is the ace of diamonds, and that's going to seal the deal. We lose Mimic. We have our final 9. We're going on break for a little over 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come from the final table of the Kings Pot Limit Omaha edition. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast track this career path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy
Let's see your stack.
within the framework that
What
works.
you have? Yeah. Okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000, and by the way, there's nothing more validating than the sight in the YouTube chat of one Claudio De Marzo, who says it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube handle,
Well played.
that account name,
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
Now, let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat, and then I believe a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much cabrera, I'll become fatty.
Become what?
Fatty.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah,
You know how he was
yeah.
skating on. I'll be the anti-cabra.
Oh, we have a hand there.
Ooh.
How much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen 8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which
100
I'm
is too much.
soaking
If
up
equals
in the
29,
booth here from
99,
Berkey.
It's
100,
ambitious.
No, too much.
It's
The real cabra.
It's
would
gonna
never
work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
It's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man. And Max finds his way to the feature table as Ace King of Clubs finds its way to an open for Arai, and problems for Velocevic should he get frisky from the button with this Ace Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, I think at this depth, you do start to see a lot more calling take place. Again, it's one of those things where you have so much hand, but it feels pretty bad to just suddenly start putting in 50 pre. Good things can happen too. You know, you got some deep stacks behind you who may potentially squeeze. I myself probably wouldn't have the patience to flat the ace queen suited, but you see here he's going to be rewarded one way or the other.
Well, it's curious. Look at all this interference and a setup for Svetanov whereby this King Queen of Hearts really tempts us to rise up, does it not?
Yeah, but I think it's like, again, one of those things where this is too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. I just struggle to put in a bunch of chips here and then have to fold to a 4-bet.
Svetanov agrees.
Yeah, I think the call here is very good.
Shows restraint and well served to have done so. Dominated across both of his opponent's holdings. Diamonds favored Velocevic in the window.
So close to everybody having a backdoor.
6-6-4.
Yeah, I think this one's just going to check through at a pretty high frequency, especially with the long tank out of the big blind. You tend to range him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Arai did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetanov, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace queen. You still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just gonna have to find a fold. Yeah, that's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velocevic had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svetanov. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
They're eating the pets? Is that what's happening? Oh, please turn your attention away from American politics, rest of world. We'll return to our regularly scheduled program at some point. Meanwhile, nothing irregular about a Velocevic open. Ace-5 of clubs. Mins it, and of course the temptation of Jack-10 suited is ever present.
These spots are particularly tricky because, you know, in modern theory land, we don't play a lot of calls. But in old school street poker, there's no decision to be made here. We got Jack-10 suited, baby. We're going to see a flop. We're going to do it as cheaply as possible for 2 big blinds.
So a flat versus the upfront opener. We begin to range at least one of these two guys higher up.
Yeah, what we have seen start to happen is because there's a need to have a calling range under the gun 2 versus under the gun 1, you will start to see hands, especially at this depth, like jacks, start to play a little bit more passively pre. That way you're able to defend against squeeze jams from perhaps a 20 big blind stack behind.
Sure. He flats with 6s. 1-6 is busy in Natal's hand, and he will close the action, getting a nice price.
It's probably one we could just let go.
A rare 4-way affair. And an 8-high flop. Natal with the best hand. No flush draw out there. I mean, granted on the board, but in reality, nobody has the spades.
You know, it's always kind of like funny when it actually happens because it's so 2008.
What's that?
If I'm Natal, I think I just stop and go here. I flop the top pair. This board doesn't rate to get bet all that frequently 4-ways. I need some protection for my hand, and I got backup in case I get called. I think I'm just all in here.
Well, he disagrees, but I hear where you're coming from. It does end up being checked in 3 spots. No, Velocevic does have a wheel gutty, and Radicki just has a dream.
This is a pretty ambitious stab. I mean, you know, he will be protected by having a lot of pocket pairs in his range here, so it does make some sense. Going half pot into 4 people with no pair, no draw, no backdoor of any real note, it's a dicey endeavor. I mean, you are going to get the 6s to fold here. They don't really have much of a choice. I stand corrected. He's a non-believer. And now if you're Natal, this might be why I would just open jam. He might find a hero fold here in spite of the fact that he's being laid quite the price on the pot. And actually has his counterparts here drawing nearly dead.
Well, it is interesting how exactly the argument in favor of not checking is revealed as Radicki's position bet finds a flat in Arai, and that flat sends the best hand into the muck.
Ace-5 hits the muck too, which would have turned the nuts.
Yeah. And now Radicki has arrived here with just one patron, continues to have position.
It's just kind of impossible to fire again. You're just like way too naked. I think you just have to not double delay, but delay here and potentially play some river jams depending on what the run out is. I mean, it's just hard to find the hands that fold here to half pot. 6s, no spade exactly, and even that, I'm not so confident. He zips it.
A check jam over the top of that second barrel, and an incredible outcome for Arai. He's sort of ready for it.
Do you think he's ever boxed a bear? Strikes me as the type. Might go toe to toe.
If we presented the opportunity for, you know, a grizzly slugfest, I think he's ready to upset some people over at PETA. Do you remember that video of the Aussie whose dog was locked up with the kangaroo? And he just jumps off the Jeep and punches it in the snout? What a legend that guy was.
A beautiful 1-2 combo.
I love animals, but that Roo really deserved a bop on the schnoz.
Right, yeah. And he's not going to be any worse for wear. You know?
No.
The dog got home safe.
He really didn't know what to do with it, by the way. Unlike Poodle, who with 2 7s, well aware of what is required. 16K sails in. Spasado says 2 overs. Let's go.
I'm rooting for Poodle. Not
Prepaid? Oh my God.
Not even for good reasons. Because Just busting here alleviates the pain. No, Ali.
Oh, you're brutal.
I'm rooting for the 9 big blind stack.
Wow.
Let's keep him in the mix. See what he can do. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Threats, even though Poodle has flopped himself a cozy set to remove 1 pair issues, now he must fade a 9.
Clean.
Okay, clean.
Professional.
Yeah.
Board pairs.
Professional win player.
Rivers irrelevant. Oh, my goodness.
Well, it's sort of relevant.
That deuce was necessary as
Very
the
much
gutter
so.
did come in.
And you know what? I stand
guys
corrected.
have
Poodle
14
now has
sessions
12
kind
big
of
blinds, so
lanes,
we're going
I
to get
mean,
to see
any
a
money
real
you leave?
display of short stack ninja.
Right, but full house.
Yeah, straight wins.
Full house.
Alani's
staying on-
living right. 2 kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check that.
Goodbye.
Yeah. It sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Achan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards go in.
I think it was Elani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it
Right.
wasn't passing Sposato's lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as
Little
ace
sweat
king
with you, a
and
little
2
bit.
kings collide.
But it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all
That's boring
Achan
for TV.
affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
King.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
$37.
Oh, my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo,
I saw you
Thomas
continue
Achan,
shit,
for
you know?
taking it on the chin like that.
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
You're like
yeah,
Chef,
no.
Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll accept that because that canned pasta got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
Yeah, that's not wrong.
the chef, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that, man.
Yeah, you didn't
Meanwhile-
wake up happy either.
No. Sutera,
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture,
But
heavily Catholic.
it screams ace 9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually...
No, I don't think there's levels
Okay,
to this. I'm adding levels to something that
well, I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on.
But now when you're Radishi,
Stop it.
does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off. pretty
It's a
well.
K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against 1 pair. Queen King for a swing.
I was gonna say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king, and now you see
Space.
Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a 4-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People say
threaten. And
jacks
now a
are
lick of the
hard to
lips
play,
in
huh?
turn from Sutera.
Intrigue.
without remembering, I'm probably going to smash 3 names together.
That was really great.
That's a thing that I do, by the way, like with words too.
Really?
I've been doing it my whole life. I don't know what causes it. There's actually a name for it, which I don't recall off the top of my head.
Maybe if we got one of those scans, the little corpus callosum, you know, the thing that connects the 2 lobes.
Yeah.
Maybe you got some extra threads between those
or maybe
2 things.
none at all.
Wow, that gets cool, by
Real
the way.
disconnect.
Yeah.
Imagine I've just been living this duality for all this time unaware.
Listen, I don't want to medicate the mutants, you know. I want them as they are.
Yeah.
Let's not fix it. This is what makes things interesting.
Right.
As we can see the impact of a monotonous sort of GTO-heavy approach, it would seem, scattered about this particular field.
Yeah,
King, 4 trip kings for Velocevic. They're not here to entertain us. They're here to win a tournament.
This is what happens when you dole out Adderall like Pez and hand them a GTO Wizard Sim.
Berkey, careful. Pocket 6s, by the way, have themselves some merits to continuing here.
Yeah, no club. Probably always just going to follow through with a call. It's always a really special time when you just find that random 6 from heaven on the turn.
Well, not available here as the pre-flop raisers follow through was called, and he's not going to be slowing down. There's a barrel, and with 38,000 in the middle, he comes with 13.
This is one of the biggest differentiators, I think, between cash and tournament strategy. When we follow through on turns in cash games where the SPR is a bit deeper, we start to play like the king not king game, you know, and you start to go for like really big greedy bets. But in tournaments, you're massaging, you know, it's a constant back and forth of chicken where
the river leaves you with
the nuts, yeah, basically.
A counterfeiting effect. I know that's not where you were going with this
No, but it's actually quite a good event some of the time here for the full house for the King Jack, because 6s can't show down, you know. Now, of course, we know that he's probably just going to bet and win, but...
You mean in terms of what? A bluff?
It happens from time to time, believe it or not.
Not as a raise, does it?
Well...
Berkey, you're just thinking back on your own life right now.
Yeah, you know, you got
nutbag.
You got to bluff something, Ollie. You know, what better than the 6 high? You know?
Well, here comes a very cozy third and final barrel from Velocevic, and of course, Svetanov. Doesn't matter how deep stacked you are, you're not feeling good about a man who's willing to get after you across 3 streets on that particular board with air.
Lucky. Back in time just to see this all in. 8 million in the pot. Paulcito has been eliminated. Blinds have gone up to 100, 200k, 200k. We'll take home €13,100 for his efforts, and that means 8 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €16,500. All chasing the first prize of 160,000. Mag with 76 bigs, commanding chip leader. Lucas with 38 bigs in second. Plum with 24 bigs. BS with 22. Laurie with 11. Christopher Rasmussen with 11. With the Percio. Thomas, the only 2 players under 10 bigs. We do see another all in. Plum with ace 7 6. Thomas with jack queen 10 9. Ace in the window, followed by a 7. Pretty good for Plum. Top set. Tom needing to hit this river, and he does not. And we have a double elimination back to back. All guaranteed of €24,100 for their effort. These are up. Return. All of the thing. 2 tables of 5. 8 remaining. All at the final table. We actually have 7 players remaining. I said 8, but 7. 9 minus 2 equals 7. Quick maths. 24,100 euros the current payout. Next payout is 33,200 euro. Back just over 5.5 million. King, Queen, Jack 8. Raise to 450. The Jack 10-9-6 facing a 350k bet on the Queen 7-5. Pot for Nielsen with the ace 10-6-5, double suited. Yes, Jack 10. Gamble. Here we go. King 7-6 is the flop. Turns to 7 of diamonds. The river is the 4 of spades. So we have another elimination. BS has eliminated Laurie. And we had no eliminations for so long. A lot of griping going on in the chat. We've had 3 eliminations in the first few minutes of this final table. We are now 6-handed. He will take home €24,100 for his efforts. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €33,200. Walker says this is why you accept 3 hours without an elimination, because the FT only takes 15 minutes. Well, we will see. Percio, by the way, King's Reg does get 2 eliminations, 3 eliminations, and has a super short stack, so well played, Percio. Netting himself nearly 20 buy-ins more. We have Christopher with 7.9 bigs. Mag with King, Queen, Jack, Jack raises pot. Christopher with Ace, Queen, 6-5 double suited. We'll see Christopher stack off here. It's going to pick a better spot. Has a pay jump to worry about as well. And isn't the shortest stack. I think if he was the shortest stack, we very well might have seen him stack off there. Top set for Mag. Lucas is ace 8-7-5. Not much going on for him here. Does have pink chips in hand. Taking his time. Does eventually put his hand into the muck. And we see the blockers taking that last hand down. 2 queens in his hand. And DiPercio is just looking for a hand he can get across the line, and there we go. Interesting decision here for Christopher, because if he folds his ace queen 9-3, the big blind's going to be all in by default, one would think, even if he does have jack 8 6 5. Now this should price him out when he's got 3 diamonds in his hand, but he does have a lot of chips. Oh, he's getting better odds as well, going multi-way. We can just fold and get the jump. Bird says that's too tight. Do you mean the fold in the big blind? Have I missed something? Nine, 7, 4, 2 spades. Good chance Chris doubles up and the turn seals the deal. Well, I wouldn't say double up, but he has knocked out DiPercio. So knocks out a player, gets the pay jump, and has some extra chips, some ammunition. 5 players remaining now. Shit's getting real. €42,700 is the current payout now. With the Fed 1.2 million. It's great. Good here. Some asking something about ATM. It was turned down immediately. Late. And we seen Plum eating a banana right around the exact same time as last night. Or we see him eating one now as he was basically exact same time last night. Not sure if I said that topsy-turvy, but you know what I meant. Quick. King Jack 7 gives top set to BS. I was about to talk about something else, but wait a minute. Lucas betting 400k. Lucas taking that one down. Don't know much about this player, by the way. But he did decline to look at numbers. And lo and behold, he's up chunks. 2.6 million. From the Czech Republic. Confirmed beast. It's weird. When I Google it there, the second name actually seemed familiar. Relax Newton with total live earnings of 236,000. It's not looking good for Chris here, though, is it? The aces of Mag. Green 3-3 is the flop. Turn is a 9. River is a queen. Wow. Always a surprise around the corner, Kings. Only a couple of percent. Just get there. The lady of the night comes to the rescue. Just in the nick of time, as no pair of the nick of time arrives to say, oof, lucky lady. Well, come on down. Racing Black 9. Nice double two hand on the button for Mag. And taking it over to BS. Important to note there's 4 Danes that made it to this FT, which is just incredible. Why am I not surprised? PLO beast from that part of the world. Austria, Czech Republic, Italy, Germany. Bet from Plum gets called. BS wins. Nice size pot. Oh, players with flushes, plums is better. This pot now with 2.2 million in it as the King of Hearts rolls off on the river. Film going for value. Le Plume. Lucas will pay him off. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 125k. Big blind is 250k. With a 250k running big blind ante, that's 125, 250, 250. BS makes it 400k to go with 9876 double suited. Plum with the 6-5. Puts it into the mook. Average stack is still a tad over 30 big blinds. Turn is the Queen of Clubs. That will go check. There's the 6 of Hearts. 1 million is the bet. BS releases on the river. Mark now with 15 million in chips, 60 bigs. There's Chris taking down that one. Lucas raised to 600k. Ace Jack, 10, deuce, double suited. BS calling. And Mag calling three-way action to the flop. Lucas betting pot here with the nuts. Plum raised to 750k with ace 885. Mag with queen 6 3 deuce 3 hearts in his hand. We'll let it go. Ace King 4 deuce opening from the button, and Plum will let the Ace Jack 8-7 go. See betting a call on the flop on the King 8-7, 2 diamonds. Turn to the 4 of spades. Plum with the best of it here. With a straight. So Plum with the nuts here on the turn. Facing a 750k bet from Lucas. presume he's just saving face at this stage. He will eventually release. And Voldemort will scoop another pot. Harry Potter. We meet again. Ag with 55 bigs, Plum with 32, Lucas with 29, BS with 21, and Chris with 18. Mag firmly in pole position, and the other four, not too much separating them really. One double up. Could change everything considerably. Yeah, it's going to call the 475. The raise is 600k from Lucas with the 10-10-7-7. $10-6-5 is the flop. And he will take that one down. Come checking on this river. 8 queen, 4 king, ace. Has the best hand. Mag gonna try buy this one, but it does not work. Plum picks them off and is now paying all 10 million in chips. That's a nice pickup there for Christopher with the Queen 9-8. BS putting his Queen Jack 10-6 double suited into the muck. Plum is really winning a lot of these pots now. Takes down another one. ECW says the pace has slowed again. Yes. And you're not just talking about my comms. How do I read these keys? Chris 3 bets. Queen, queen, 10, 8. Lucas calls. So we're off to a flop with 4.6 million in the middle. Jack 4 deuce is the flop. Chris is all in for his last 2 biggins. Wagner says, Dan, had someone tell me today that I can't like wrestling because it's scripted. They were wearing a Star Wars shirt. Yeah. Tell them to go watch Robot Wars so and put RTD2 in there. 865 is the flop. Chris 10983 against 10887, betting 500k. Chris bets 1 million with his flush on the river. Boom, lets it go. So the top three, 33 bigs, 39 bigs, and 49, and then 23 and 11 on the bottom. But one double up from Lucas, and he's basically chip leader. Puck says Sir Kill versus C3PO. Tom Baker versus Luke Skywalker would be fun. I think Chewbacca do well at wrestling, though, to be fair. You got to be watch out for that fella. Him, Kane, and The Undertaker in a triple threat match. Mag wins that one. Mag hotting it up here with the Ace King 5-4 double suited. Lucas with King 10-8-8 double suited. Two very nice hands. Does call and Mag puts Lucas all in. Not much going on for Lucas here. Just pocket eights. Good shot straight draw. Backdoor flush draw. 2 overcards. Word says Jar Jar Binks. Jabba the Hutt's getting a mention. I'm right here, Jabba. I'm right here waiting for you. Lucas lets it go. Mike takes down another one. Playing nearly 16 million. Lucas doesn't want or doesn't seem to care about seeing his hand. A little bit disgruntled. They have been playing for a long time. There's been a lot of lulls today in the action. It's been fast-paced at times as well. People can't really complain. We did get 3 eliminations in rapid succession at the start of the FD. Got to take the rough with the smooth for every rose has its thorn. And I have it on good authority. This is going to be the last hand before the break. Mag takes that hand down. We're going on a break. See you all in about 15 minutes. Still 5 remaining in the King's Million PLO. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Put up as many graphics for us as he wants. Bedell finished 5th here at the 25K GG Millions.
It'd be great if he went back to another graphic momentarily that just says, Jeff Platt is an asshole.
988. Open ender for Shields. Jacks are best.
Nice to see Apocalypse still with us in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah. What's he have to say?
He's just letting everyone, a lot of qualifiers from Kings. Okay. Also informing folks that there's another Twitch stream.
There is.
Yes.
But it's the exact same stream.
Same one.
But, yeah, watch us wherever you want.
Doesn't matter to us. But if you are here with us on YouTube, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, click that thumbs up, the like.
Do the same on all the Kings channels, too.
Back to the tank we go.
Anthony says, bro, get this tanker off the table. Is there going to be a World Sunday in which somebody's taking too long and it's just boom, you're gone?
It's you know, the young Euros don't help themselves in these instances. They get targeted for this.
Right. The reputation is that. Of course, it doesn't mean every young European player tanks.
No, but it doesn't help when it's actually
yeah.
happening right here during the main event at this feature table. Americans are just as guilty.
Oh, so true. I don't really think Shields has been that bad. Anyway.
He really hasn't been that bad. Yeah. Going for a big bluff, stepping into it, though. Kruger cannot fold this hand. I don't think. It's an under-the-gun open. If you've got 2 jacks, you know, if you've got an 8, bless you. If you got queens plus, pay him the money. Really giving it some thought. Maybe worried about 9's full.
Folded queens correctly. Can he call with jacks correctly? To your point, just not many 8s exist. There is that call. Kruger will show down the winner to drag a pot of 63K.
Glad I didn't have 10s. I don't know, you're the professional.
Ooh, 2 kings.
And just quickly calling does not put in the 3-bet.
Shahar in there with the 7s.
Respect. Unbelievable. American
Suarez calls 8-5.
American under the gun. Well, you have these others too. I don't know, but you have a little something.
Ace 5-3. Palm out, flops Mufasa.
Just going to start betting right away. Could have gone check as well and just sort of pot control remain under reps, but this may thin the herd. Maybe Shahar comes along. 7 of diamonds in hand. Yeah.
Does make the call.
Suarez, a little taste. Bottom pair. Well, middle pair. If we believe the 5 and the 8 are clean.
What's the call?
Being laid a price to peel. Oh.
Whoa.
Or just shoot it up.
To 7K.
Did not see this one coming. This is quite fascinating. Perhaps having the 5 of diamonds in his hand feels he can get a bit creative able to represent a hand like 5x of diamonds later on down the road. If a diamond were to present itself and gets the best hand to fold at the moment, now can he get sevens out? Wow.
Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez. Going to work with the 8-5, getting a good one through.
Like back in the day, it wasn't like that. Now everybody is either selling action or stake. So you have more availability.
Yeah.
You don't need to have like a bunch of money yourself.
Yeah,
You get somebody with money, and there's a lot more business. Also, Bitcoin doing good is good for poker in general.
There you have it. Truth being told, allegedly by Nicky P.
This guy, I keep telling him, he doesn't care.
All right. Next time.
You're not doing it on purpose. You're just in la la land.
Yeah.
And then you wake up every hour and you go, oh, I'm playing 6-10. I'm gonna raise 8-5 here. This fucking cocksucker.
Wow.
My, oh my.
Good to use the image. You just fold for a while, and then you make a move here and there.
What can you do when you never get a hand?
I mean, if you hit 2 pair with 10-6, that's beautiful.
Disguised.
Mamma mia. You can't punch.
Some guys value bet the jacks, yeah?
You can't punch.
That line and not done with the queen jack. Turn is a 4.
You look at solver a lot or no? Sometimes or ever?
No, never.
Never.
Solver is tell fold 10 and river. But I still call, you know? Very bad play.
Poker exploit.
Very bad play.
The check raised to 33K with queen jack. And Runecount just rips it in there
Ooh, now we're playing
with
poker.
the ace king.
Let's see if I have a heart. I can't remember.
I mean, that is from the streets.
That's double streets.
Power poker.
Have a best hand. Right?
Sounds like Ginger Fluff here has
Shields, Brandon Shields.
been accused of maybe tanking a little bit.
Does appear to be the case.
4,000.
So you're going to come after me, I'll come after you. 3 bets with the ace-9 suited. Austin Jones Poker in the chat. Poker commentators that don't hardly talk about poker. We can't all be Austin Jones Poker.
Austin Jones Poker.
Bam.
Yeah. Sure, he's a great player.
You put poker in the YouTube username. You're all about it, which I do respect. Love the game.
Love the game, just
But
horrible at it.
you gotta let us just talk about Coyote Ugly once in a while. Oh, ace 8-7 with 2 diamonds.
My.
And these two who are on that collision course.
Yeah, this isn't going to be your traditional fender bender. We're looking at total carnage, potential train wreck. There will be casualties.
The check raised to 10.5K.
Do you have any diamonds?
Yeah, has a few of them.
Getting nervous.
There's another.
Oh, boy.
The 4 of diamonds on the turn. But Dell's still firing the dream spot for Brandon.
Small bet, 5K into 30. Probing. And now with the nuts.
Shields just calls. River another 4.
I don't blame Bedell for betting here, right? You're targeting the ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king types of hands.
Many of which would have 3-bet pre.
Now Shields, what do we do? Got the ace-high flush, paired board. This guy's bet every single street. Are you at all concerned about being up against a house? This is very player dependent. I would hate to leave any value on the table. It almost feels like you have to raise. If he calls, he's just worried about pocket 8s, pocket 7s, right? It's never aces full. And just notoriously tanking the reputation that we heard from Bedell.
Call.
Just call.
Wow. Bedell's going to be confident after that until he sees this. About a 74K pot goes in Brandon Shields' direction.
I was sure I was ahead.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Mag taking that one down. Ace, 9, deuce. Magoo. I like his hat. I like anything that's gorilla related. Maybe not warfare. I do like a silverback gorilla. There's chimpanzees, and then there's gorillas. For a reason. Can't be messing around with those chimpanzees. Great chat you have going about who would win between an Ewok and a Samoan. Is that what I'm looking at? A hell in a cell. Could see a bust out here. Ace, King, 10 deuce against the Ace, 6 deuce. In they go. I don't know the real name of this guy, Magoo, but I definitely recognize his face. Turn is a 3 of hearts. And we have the elimination of BS. Not a good turn card for him there, considering his opponent had the Ace of Hearts and another heart to go with it. We do say goodbye to him. Fifth place, he will take home €42,700 for his efforts, and that means all 4 remaining players are now guaranteed a minimum of €54,000. Ace, Queen, Deuce, 6 seals the deal for Lucas Zazkodny. Magoo knocks out another player. Now I'm getting information now that he has been eliminated. They are going to go talk about running some numbers. little bit of this, a little bit of that. We're going to be back in about 20 minutes for three-handed action. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. We're going to put a ribbon on this thing. It'll be tough to beat Magoo now, but anything can happen in pot limit Omaha. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Pattern reminds me of like a race,
like the checkered flag.
Race to get all the chips.
Well, we're going to get action if everybody keeps getting dealt ace king.
That's true. I mean, maybe everybody just will get dealt ace king.
Is this real?
Paul has it, along with Kruger. Apocalypse says, just a shame our regular commentator Dan had to miss this. Thankfully, Dan will be back on comms next week for the IPS main event.
Let's must see the IPS.
Come on.
He's kicking for what? What is going on here?
We just had ace king versus ace king. Now we have ace king versus ace king versus ace king. How?
Well, if the money goes in, I'm taking Jack 9. A cold 4-bet from Ginger Fluff.
Wilhelm makes the call.
Weird. Nobody flops a pair.
How? Ace king, just a drawing hand. Proof here.
The power of the aggressor in these situations. It's a world, I suppose, in which both players are content to just get the showdown with ace king high. Shields is in a weird spot where you might consider continuing to build a pot for the times you're up against a hand like 2 jacks, 2 nines, trying to force folds.
That's 6,300.
While also targeting what could be a shared hand.
$7,300. That is called. Turn is a 4. Thought the ace was coming.
I did not.
Oh.
Nor did I think a king was coming. Last I checked, very few left in the deck. Another player also had ace king and is out. Remains an interesting scenario for Shields. If we bet again, we are absolutely trying to target those middling pairs. The nines, the jacks. This time I'm going to just sort of shut it down.
River 10.
And I don't necessarily think that if he had aces or kings, he would play the hand any different. You start to be a little concerned about pocket 10s being present. Of course, now the 10 on the river, much less concerned, only fearful of quads. Oh, look at...
Oh, reaching.
Look at this.
And firing 17,000.
Maybe some recognition from Ibaleb saying, I think we could have the same hand. I'm going to try and force him out. As played, I don't suspect he really has any 10s unless it's all 4 of them. We haven't seen much out of him yet. Maybe he could have a hand like Jack 10 suited, 9-10 suited, where he was 3-betting out of the small and then calling the cold 4-bet from Ginger Fluff. Well done.
Gets the folds. Nice pickup.
Pocket 9s.
Ace queen, ace king.
Forrest Ebolhab.
You'll find out in an hour. Tell me, I'll tell you.
Good fold.
Nothing. What you want? You have pocket kings.
No, 6-4-3.
He was almost calling for a chop. That guy. I don't care.
There's no.
He have to call.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe he had an 8. He didn't have an
He
eight.
never
No,
kept.
he
Never has
he
an
was
eight.
such a bitch. There's no way he's folding an eight.
Only he have eight. The first guy. But if you have it, you have it.
The first guy didn't have an eight.
That guy
With the
didn't.
10K?
What?
With the 10K.
Look
you
at
mean?
Madani. Under the gun open to 1600, and he's just calling with queen 5 suited.
The man does not like to fold. You pointed this out like in the second hand.
I could just tell some players are like this, man. Any two will do.
I don't know. That'd be sick.
I don't believe him.
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like,
You think
there's
I
no,
have eight?
No, in my head, I'm thinking, no
I
way.
think you have eight.
No, in my head, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy had floated 9-8 suited, right? I'm like,
I
this
thought it
guy
was
is
6
sick.
for deuce with 2 spades.
No, it wasn't. It was rainbow.
No, I
for
have
sure.
pocket kings.
And you got mad that it was a straight on the board, so you went all in?
Yeah.
These fucking fish.
Ace, queen, deuce, top 2 for Neverlinen.
I can't fathom Madani going anywhere. He's got middle pair, backdoor spades, little potential with the wheel, and he never folds, so he's in. Here
And
comes-
does turn a flush draw.
this
19K behind.
could be a dirty one. This guy is something else.
Hold on, what made me think? You see his time? You ever see the movie with Justin Timberlake, where like the society, they get paid with time? You know what I'm talking about or no?
No.
So they work and there's no money. Their money is time. So they go like they work their job, and at the end of the week, like they get like time added on. It was a sick movie with Justin Timberlake. You know who Justin Timberlake is or
Yeah,
no? Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, but
movie,
this
actually.
is old movie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you finish the time,
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah, I know the movie.
And then he's like he played a poker game, remember, with one of the people and for like a lot of time, and he won. Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, in one scene, he's playing poker with a
Is he
fish.
thinking about just ripping it?
I think so, and he does. Nevalainen happy to snap it off, and here we go.
Second left, Justin Timberlake, and he wins the huge hand at the end. Sick.
Don't mean to disrupt the runner talk from Palma. Great film, Timberlake, Affleck. Madani looks to get up to almost 50K. Needs some help, though.
6 of spades.
Come on.
Yeah. 07.
River is a queen. The case queen means it's queen's full. For Nevalainen means it's good game to Madani. Hey, the effort was there.
I played them all.
So, Fotis, this is a good question. It helps
Advantage, but you'd be heads up at some point.
for some of our newer viewers. Can someone explain the event? Sure, this is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. A 10,350 euro buy-in. This is day 1B. You see on the top right corner of your screen, 107 entries. In day 1B, 91 players currently in the tournament.
I love folding. I watch the blood. Watch the blood.
So this is our main feature table. We have
so nice to just be on the sideline.
about 11 more just like this out in the field.
I won car accident.
One accident.
Car accident, yeah. Everyone, throw your chips in, you fish cakes. This table's huge.
10-6 deuce, top 2 for Suarez. Jack's in a bit of trouble.
And Suarez, too, opening very early position with
As I say
10-6
that, he throws the
suited.
chips as closest to him as
A
possible.
dream scenario.
I'll throw him
Somehow
in, don't
flopping top 2 on a rainbow board and up against
There you
2
go, there you
jacks that were lying in the weeds.
Turn 7.
little defensive now, Suarez.
10,000.
A little concerned about hands like 8-9 suited that could have been home, I suppose.
River Queen.
Mufasa decision. Do we try and get a little extra value? What are we targeting? It would have to be a 10, maybe pocket 9s, pocket 8s. The backdoor clubs did start to show. Then the Queen of Hearts on the river could complicate matters, and he is going to go for some thin value with the jacks. Snap called.
Yeah, the look on his face says it all. Is the 10-6 suited? How? How are you in there?
You play bomb pot a lot or no?
Not really.
There's actually a lot of skill in bomb pot.
Yeah, I mean,
Does the fish don't bluff enough in bomb pot? And bomb pot's a lot about bluffing.
I never saw any bluffing bumper. I don't know what bumper.
I haven't seen a bluffing bumper either.
I don't know what bumper to play, man.
What do you mean? Sorry. What do you mean? It's a big bluffing game. If people are...
You're a big bomb pot
No,
guy.
I think Palmer's just stone wrong here.
Double board?
Yeah.
You're talking, okay.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, double board.
No, because I ordered
No,
before.
double board bomb pot. Then there's a lot of bluffing
Yeah,
in the game.
even more
At
wrong.
least it is, if you're playing it right, you should be.
Well, he's going to get a seat in any double board bomb pound gate he wants.
Particularly when all the cards are out already. Like, there's a lot of bluffing. People can only win on one board a lot of the time. So it's hard to call all-ins when you can only win one board.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't been playing much.
I know whenever they have it, though, every hand is all in. Like, for the most part. Like, every pot is, like, gigantic. That's lineup, too. You get a good lineup for that. Because these guys are terrible. They're literally only playing for one board. You're like, what is going on here?
Chasing flush draws.
Sick people.
And now turning full is Runkin.
Oh.
Good check back.
Six.
Oops.
Betting 6K. Not
Yeah,
going to love what
sneaky
comes
check
next.
on the river by Runkin with the boat. Check both turn and river, and obviously now come in with a check raise.
Thank you.
See y'all's comments about the sound. Our producers in Korea communicating with those in Rosvedhof, so they're going to get the table sound turned up for you guys.
Show. For the camera.
Big hand, big hand.
Green 10, green 10.
You have a bluff? You have
Why
green
not?
10?
Yeah.
What do you have?
You have green 10.
What do you have?
In a very fun spot.
Yeah, he has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now, but still the chip leader, and by quite a margin. The next biggest stack, Fareddin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million. And then we have Enrico, who is currently third.
No, sorry.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call, but
Yeah.
it's around 2
Nothing
million.
better to do after you win close to $1 million than
Cool.
jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls. And it's a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain.
You want
Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him nine of diamond. Nine of diamond.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
side.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble, you're there to have fun, there to play poker.
Now you want diamond.
Kamoski one card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club,
GG.
but it does not come.
Wow.
Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated.
And welcome back. Deal has been reached. €83,521, €90,356, and €116,370 locked up. And they are playing for 32,250. They've obviously agreed to run and run it big. All in, all in, all in. And if Mag can somehow win this hand, he will win the tournament against the two Danes. Obviously not too concerned about the 32 grand. left behind and the title. Here we go. King 10-7. It's a fair fight. %43 for Mag. Goo. Turns the deuce of clubs. River is a queen. 2 pair for Magoo. Will scoop the booty. Just like that. Boom goes the dynamite, and we have our champion, Magoo. It'll be very difficult to beat him today. He was running pretty hot, playing a lot of pots and winning most of them. Has eliminated Christopher and Mikael Plum. Fun day of poker it was, and it's just a warm-up for No Limit Hold'em. 3 days of action, non-stop next weekend. If you want to find out anything about the schedule, head over to the website, kingsresort.com. Want to thank all the moderators who have been really helpful at different sections and different times over the last few weeks. There's always someone to help me. Couldn't do it without you. All the regs in the chat, you know who you are by now. And if you don't, you should. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We're on all the usual social media platforms. I am going to get the hell out of here. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.